I bow down to his lotus feet with great honor. One can cross the ocean of mutual suffering and obtain the mercy of suffering. I only wish to have my consciousness to by the way community from his lotus feet. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection of the body. Open my darkened eyes. Is my Lord forth after death, and he expiated for me. The Vedic scripture sing is his character. How should say, Master, ocean of mercy, the queen, the poor, and the Lord of mercy. The Master, O merciful and me, give me your seed of lotus feet, your train will spread all your kingdoms. We take shelter of your lotus feet. Prabhupada ki Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Sila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Sila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Sila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Sila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Sila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Sila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Sila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma. 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 Bandhamui Savadana Mate. Bandhamui Savadana. Bandhamui Savadana Mate. Savadana Mate. Yahara Prasade Vai Eva Vaturiya Jai. Yahara Prasade Vai Krishna Prapti Ho Yahan Hoite. Krishna Prapti Ho Yahan Hoite. Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya चिते ते कोरिया क्या गुरु मुख पद्मा वाक्य चिते ते कोरिया क्या आरना करी मनी आशा आरना करिया आरना करी मनी आशा श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति श्री गुरु चरणे रति श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति हे प्रसादे पूरे सर्व आशा हे प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा चक्षुदान दिल जे जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिल जे जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशिता दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशिता प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ वैते अभिद्या विनाशयते प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ वैते वेदे गाया चरिता वेदे गाया चरिता श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आधम जनार बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आधम जनार बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेरा जीवाना प्रभुपाद लोकेरा जीवाना आहा प्रभु कर दया रे हमारे पद छाया आहा प्रभु कर दया रे हमारे पद छाया रे हमारे पद छाया एवे अस्कुसुकृ भुवना एवे अस्कुसुकृ भुवना प्रभुपाद पतित पवना धुआ पदे लयनु सराना आ प्रभु कर दया दे हमारे पद छाया Prabhupada Patita Bhavana Dhuvapade Laenu Sarana Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamiti Namine Namah Vishnu Padaya Srimate Swamiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pastacha Desatarine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pasacha Desatarine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pasacha Desatarine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pastacha Desatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Vasadi Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Jaya Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, राधा श्याम सुंदर राधा श्याम जय राधा श्याम सुंदर राधा श्याम सुंदर राधे जय राधा नील माधव राधा नील माधव राधे नील माधव राधा नील माधव राधे जय राधा माधव राधा माधव श्री राधे जय राधा रमण राधा रमण श्री राधे जय राधा वल्लभ राधा वल्लभ श्री राधे जय 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 राधा काल चंदी राधा काल चंदी राधे जय राधा काल चंदी राधा काल चंदी राधे राधा काल चंदी राधा काल चंदी श्रीला प्रभुपादे प्राण धन है श्रीला प्रभुपादे प्राण धन है श्रीला प्रभुपादे प्राण धन है श्रीला जय राधा काल चंदी राधा काल चंदी राधे जय राधा काल चंदी राधा काल चंदी राधे जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ बलदेव जय सुभद्रा जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ बलदेव जय सुभद्रा जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ बलदेव जय सुभद्रा जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ स्वामी जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ स्वामी जय जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ स्वामी जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ स्वामी जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ स्वामी जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ स्वामी जय जय बलदेव जय सुभद्रा जय बलदेव जय सुभद्रा जय सुभद्रा जय बलदेव जय सुभद्रा जगन्नाथ स्वामी नयन पथगामी भवतु मे जगन्नाथ स्वामी नयन पथगामी नयन पथगामी भवतु मे जगन्नाथ स्वामी नयन पथगामी भवतु मे नयन पथगामी नयन पथगामी जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ स्वामी जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय बलदेव जय सुभद्रा जय बलदेव जय सुभद्रा जय सुभद्रा जय गौरानिताय 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 जय गौरानिताय 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 जय गौरानिताय 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 जय गौरानिताय गौरानिताय जय सच्चिनंदन जय सच्चिनंदन जय सच्चिनंदन जय सच्चिनंदन जय सच्चिनंदन गौर हरि गौर 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 हरि गौर 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 हरि गौर 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 हरि जय सच्चिनंदन गौर हरि नदिया बिहारी गौर हरि सची माता प्राण धन गौर हरि विष्णु प्रिया प्राण धन गौर हरि गौर हरि गौर हरि गौर हरि गौर हरि नदिया बिहारी गौर हरि नदिया बिहारी गौर हरि सची माता प्राण धन गौर हरि कलियुग पावन गौर हरि पतित पावन गौर हरि कलियुग पावन गौर हरि कलियुग पावन गौर हरि कलियुग पावन गौर हरि हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे जय राधा कालचंदी राधे
Bhajami Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kanvandam Maravindadalaya Taksham Bharavatam Samasitam Buddhasundaranam Kandar Agom Vigamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Andani Yasa Sakale Priya Priti Manti Vasyan Divan Dikayanti Tiram Naganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन बल्लभ गिरिवर धारी। जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन बल्लभ गिरिवर धारी। यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना। यमुना तीरा वनचारी यमुना तीरा वनचारी यमुना तीरा वनचारी। जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन बल्लभ गिरिवर धारी। माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन बल्लभ गिरिवर धारी। यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना। यमुना तीरा वनचारी यमुना तीरा वनचारी। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। जय राधा काला चंजी राधे। जय राधा गोविंद राधे। जयो जगन्नाथ जयो बलदेवा जयो सुभद्रा मैया। निताई गौर हरि बोल निताई गौर हरि बोल। নিতাই গৌর হরি বল, হরি বল, হরি বল, নিতাই গৌর হরি বল, নিতাই গৌর, নিতাই গৌর। জয় জয় প্রভুপাদ, 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 জয় জয় প্রভুপাদ। জয় জয় প্রভুপাদ, 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 জয় জয় প্রভুপাদ। জয় জয় গুরুদেব, 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 জয় জয় গুরুদেব। নিতাই গৌর প্রেমানন্দে। থ্যাংক ইউ প্রভু। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयामुदीरयात्। नष्टप्रायेषु अभद्रेषु नित्यं भागवत सेवया भगवते उत्तमश्लोके भक्तिर्भवति नैष्ठकी। कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च नंदगोपकुमाराय गोविन्दाय नमो नमः। नमो पंकजनाभाय नमो पंकजमालिने नमो पंकजनेत्राय नमस्ते पंकजांघ्रे। गुरुवे गौरचंद्राय राधिकाय तदालय कृष्णाय कृष्णभक्ताय तद्भक्ताय नमो नमः। ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपः कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। Praying at the lotus feet of my dear spiritual master, our dearest Srila Prabhupada, and all the Guru Vargas, may I speak few words for the glorification of our dear Lord Krishna, for the pleasure of the Vaishnavas, and for my very own purification. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhuvevacha patitanam pavaneve vaishnaveyo namo namah. Mukum karoti vachalam pangum langayate girim yat kripa tamaham bande Shri Gurum deenatarinam Paramananda Madhavam Shri Chaitanya Ishwaram. Reading Chaitanya Charitamrita. Mic did not work. The light, I will take my phone. No, that does not. It does not have charge. So we are in Madhya Lila, chapter 5. The chapter names the activities of Shakshi Gopal. So this is the story between the elderly Brahmana and a younger Brahmana. And so we have read so far till text 22. We'll start from text 23. So because it's not on the board, I'll go on reading. If you feel inspired, let me know. I'll stop and yes, thank you. Kanyadana patramina hoi tomara Krishna priyate kori tomara shiva vyavhara. Meaning, sir, I am not a suitable bridegroom for your daughter. I render service to you only for the satisfaction of Krishna. Now, little background. Now, the younger Brahmana has served the older Brahmana, the elderly Brahmana. Now, the elderly Brahmana was from a very high class, stature. And younger one was very poor. But then younger one served the elder one so nicely that he felt his heart was moved and he felt like giving his daughter to this younger Brahmana. But younger Brahmana said, I did not serve you to get your daughter or anything else. I served you because, serving the Vaishnavas. And that's what Prabhupada will say in a while in the purport, that serving you was for the pleasure of Krishna and not for anything else. And he's saying that I'm not appropriate son-in-law for you. I will not be the appropriate husband because you're very high class and I'm very lowly. So the purport goes, both Brahmanas were pure Vaishnavas. The younger man took special care of the older one simply to please Krishna. In Srimad Bhagavatam 11:19-21, Krishna says, Mad Bhakta Pujavya Dhika. It is better to render service to my devotee. Thus, according to the Gauriya Vaishnava philosophy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it is better to be a servant of the servant of God. One should not try to serve Krishna directly. A pure Vaishnava serves a servant of Krishna and identifies himself as a servant of Krishna. This is pleasing to Lord Krishna. Srila Narottam Das Thakur confirms this philosophy. Chhariya Vaishnava Seva Nistar Paiyeche Keva. Unless one serves a liberated Vaishnava, he cannot attain liberation by directly serving Krishna. He must serve the servant of Krishna. So it's a very important lesson for us, especially when we come to bhakti and we always feel what is the need of a guru. I mean, I can do it, especially coming from India. I mean, we knew about the concept of guru, but guru is so crucial. Like, we may have the glass, if the glasses are not in the frame, what's the use of the frame? So guru is like that, he's the glass who can make us see. Like, I cannot see anybody without the glasses. So like for a person, so we are conditioned, right? We have so many conditioning being in this material world. The very reason we are here is the proof that Prabhupada says, the very reason we are here is the proof that we are sinful, no matter what we think of ourselves. So when we are conditioned, whatever we do, whatever we see, whatever we do with our senses will be conditioned. Henceforth, we need a guru so that we can see the clear picture. And that's what this verse is emphasizing, of servant of the servant. Mahaprabhu says in the future verses, like he is the servant of the servant, servant of the servant of the gopis who has taken the shelter of Krishna. So, and we see that, like, one should always, when we should serve the devotees, not with an ulterior agenda, like, okay, what's in it for me, like the material world. We do something for someone so that we get something. It is not exactly doing for somebody. We want to do for ourselves. We want to please ourselves, whether we are, buttering the boss or wife or anybody. We are taking care of the child, even to the extent we are thinking this child will grow up and take care of me. And that's also not so selfless. But what is being said here, that one Vaishnava takes care of another Vaishnava for the pleasure of Krishna. We serve Krishna for his pleasure. We serve the devotees also for his pleasure, Krishna's pleasure. We shouldn't, rather I would say, think what will I get by being nice to this devotee? What will I get by being, by serving prasadam to this Mataji or Prabhuji? What will I get by saying kind words to this devotee? No. This is so crucial for our understanding, for our transformation, that we are serving this devotee, we are being nice to this devotee, because Krishna will be pleased. A devotee's life, Prabhupada says, that devotee has no independence. He does what Krishna gets pleased. Arjuna fought because it pleased Krishna. We see Prithu Maharaj, he didn't perform the 100th. No, he did 99, and then Krishna says, stop it, because it's unnecessary competition between Indra and you. So stop it. And he stopped it. That was also for the pleasure of Krishna. So whatever a devotee does, he does it for the pleasure of Krishna. Whether it is serving the Vaishnavas or serving Krishna, doing their duties or not doing their duties. Either way, it is for the pleasure of Krishna. So that's the verse about. Moving on to the next one. Yes, Prabhu. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'll try with my, I know you're much more learned than I am, but I will try to explain whatever. No, culture is where we have learned that she is the one to be worshipped. We didn't know she is the servant, right? That's the culture we were brought up, at least the culture that I was brought up in. And I think that's what prevailing. But as Prabhupada says, what I understand, Prabhu, little bit, if I were to understand Prabhupada's intention for us stopping worshipping all demigods, because when we are worshipping, even if you see, when we are serving our child and we tend to call them Krishna, Gauranga, and all this name, we tend to think our child is Krishna. And we forget he is a Krishna Das and not Krishna. So the moment you worship somebody, it is very difficult to think that she is a servant and we are serving her. If we can serve in that mood, that is a different story. But most of us, or many of us, we get into the mood where we start thinking, no, she is the supreme person. Right outside this temple, maybe 2, 3, 4 years back, when we were here for Kala Janji Kirtan 50, I was hearing one Prabhu was telling another Prabhu, I don't know who were they. They were saying, Shakti is the supreme personality, not Krishna. I heard that, it just came, I was just overhearing it. I don't know where the argument went. So what Prabhupada wanted us mainly, first understand Krishna as the supreme personality of Godhead. That itself will take birth, especially for us Indians. Then you think of the servant. First, at least do the needful. Like if you are caught in a fire, first save yourself. Then think of anything else, like your documents or anything else. So what we are trying to do, we have such short period of human life, especially now we see with all the disease and everything. Prabhupada could see this. It is going to, Prabhupada, so often I've heard in his lecture, he says, in future, if you live for 20, 30 years, that will be considered that you have lived very long. Now it has come to 100. Earlier it was 110 and 20. I'm talking from India's statistics. So we are reducing. Bhagavatam says that our age is reducing. Our, the ayu, the span of our life is reducing. With that, we are trying to do too many things. End of it, we'll be confused. So first, let's understand that Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. If we see, I haven't been to actually, shamefully, to Mayapur, but you see there is, Gauranga Mahaprabhu's deity, and also Durga Ma's, I think she called Shamanta Deep, there where she put that dust of the that island of Navadvip, one of the Navadvip. So we recognize her. So this morning I was hearing one class of Ramayana and then on a particular pastime of Ramayana. So we understand she wants to guard us. But at the same time, we have to understand, like, we have so many aunts and so many uncles. But when a child is really, really young, all we need are the parents. It doesn't mean that we have to be disrespectful to our uncle and aunts. But first, let's understand who are our parents, who are our real guardians to take care when we are in real need. And then everybody else come into picture. It's no way, like, but the thing is, the moment you say, okay, you can worship, then we will, like, we are trying with great effort, we are trying to establish Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And on top of that, if we allow all the other demigods, then anyway we are bewildered, we'll be even more bewildered. So first, let's get the point straight that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And then maybe when one is very at a purer state, they can worship Durga Devi also, with the mood that she is the servant of Krishna and not the Lord of this material world, because there is, as Chaitanya Charitamrita will say, Akele Ishwar Krishna Baki Shab Bhritya, Jare Jaiche Nacha Taise Kare Nitto. Lord is, Krishna is the only God. He is the only Supreme Personality of God, and everybody else are the servants. And however He wants to make them dance, they will dance. Does it make any sense, Prabhu? Go ahead. Brahmana Shevaya Krishna Pratibhara Haya Tahara Shantoshe Bhakti Sampada Bharaya. This is beautiful. Lord Krishna is very much pleased by service rendered to Brahmanas. And when the Lord is pleased, the opulence of one's devotional service increases. So the opulence is mentioned here is not the material opulence, but the opulence of one's devotional service increases, it says. Purport. In this regard, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur comments that the younger Brahmana rendered service to the older one with the purpose of pleasing Krishna. It was not a matter of ordinary worldly dealings. Krishna is pleased when a Vaishnava is rendered service, because the younger Brahmana served the older one. Lord Gopala agreed to become a witness of the marriage negotiation. Did I skip any verse? Yeah, I'm sorry, I skipped 20. Oh no, I read 23 or 24. It's okay. So what's it saying is that marriage is, Prabhupada will say further in the purport, that marriage is a mundane thing. And why will Gopal has to witness such a mundane thing? So Prabhupada is giving, that's what, like, why will Krishna has to witness a marriage which is mundane? But Prabhupada will establish the fact that it is between two Vaishnavas. Because they live for Krishna, Krishna will do anything for them. Because they don't do anything which is not connected to Krishna. So the Lord Gopal agreed to become a witness of the marriage negotiation in order to maintain the prestige of both devotees. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would certainly not have liked to hear about marital dealings unless such dealings were exchanged between two Vaishnavas. So Mahaprabhu is hearing this story. So that's what Prabhupada said. Mahaprabhu wouldn't have heard this unless and until it was between two Vaishnavas. Marriage arrangements and ceremonies belong to ordinary material karma kanda section of the scripture. The Vaishnavas, however, are not interested in any kind of karma kanda dealings. Srila Narottam Das Thakura says, Karma kanda, Jnana kanda, Kevala Vishera Bhanda. For a Vaishnava, the Karma kanda and Jnana kanda sections of the Vedas are unnecessary. Indeed, a real Vaishnava takes these sections as a poison pot, Vishera Bhanda. Sometimes we take part in a marriage, Prabhupada is talking about himself now. Sometimes we take part in a marriage ceremony for our disciples, but this does not mean that we are interested in karma kanda activities. Sometimes, not knowing the Vaishnava philosophy, an outsider criticizes such activity, maintaining that a sannyasi should not take part in a marriage ceremony between a younger boy and a young marriage ceremony between a young boy and a young girl. However, this is not a karma kanda activity, because our purpose is to spread the Krishna consciousness movement. We are giving all facility to the general populace to take to Krishna consciousness. And in order to fix the devotees in concentration on the service of the Lord, marriage is sometimes allowed. We have experienced that such married couples actually render very important service to the mission. Therefore, one should not misunderstand when a sannyasi takes part in a marriage ceremony. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu took great pleasure in hearing about the marriage ceremony between the young Brahmana and the daughter of the elderly Brahmana. So very simple, very clear. Prabhupada is writing that even if we participate in marriages, of course the Vaishnavas are getting married. Prabhu, you did the other day, the ceremony. So it was so wonderful. But we should not think this is as good as any other mundane marriage where they're doing it for some sort of pleasure, whether it is sensual or the family or whatever it is. But it is not for the pleasure of Lord. It is more for their own sense gratification, whichever way, whosever senses are getting satisfied, but it is for the sense gratification. But when in Krishna consciousness we see the movement, we see that so many marriages happen, is happening, and will happen in the future. And as Prabhupada writes, and we see around us, that the Grihastha couples, the married couple, they do such wonderful things for Krishna consciousness. They have contributed so wonderfully. We see the initial disciples of Srila Prabhupada, Malati Prabhu, Shyam Sundar Prabhu, and so many other devotees. They have done so much, even a brahmachari may not be able to do now. So just because they're married, but they're still Vaishnavas. So their marriage does not reduce their position as Vaishnava. So that's what Prabhupada says. Moving ahead. Okay. Baro bipro kohe tumi na koro samshaya tomake kanya debo ami korila nishchaya. The older Brahmana replied, "My dear boy, do not doubt me. I will give you my daughter in charity. I have already decided this." Text 26. Choto bipra bole tomar stri putra shabe bohu gyati goshti tomar bohuto bandhava. The younger Brahmana said, "You have a wife and sons, and you have a large circle of relatives and friends." See, elderly Brahmana wants to give the daughter. Anybody else who would have thought, okay, I'm going to get a rich girl in marriage, wouldn't have given any argument. He would have just taken the opportunity, right? But we see even in case of Arjun, he would have got the kingdom. But, Yudhishthir would have been the king, but they would have all enjoyed the kingdom. But he's saying, I don't want to fight. I'm okay to be beggar. And that's the quality of a devotee. Even if he's going to get the world or 3 worlds, as Arjuna says, they're not interested if it is costing somebody else pain. And here he's saying, you're saying you will give your daughter, but you have wonderful relatives. You are so rich. You have son, you have wife. What will they think? And this elderly Brahmana is so emotional by being served by this younger Brahmana so wonderfully. He wants to do for him. That's what, like we want to reciprocate. That's what Nectar of Instruction says, so that we exchange our emotions. We reveal our heart, we exchange gifts, we feed each other. So devotees, they always want to reciprocate. If one does something, the other one wants to do more. And that's what Krishna does too. We want to do little seva for Krishna, and he reciprocates. And again, we want to do more, saying Krishna's love for us. And this reciprocation, back and forth, makes our life so joyous and wonderful. So, but the younger Brahmana is saying, don't make promise. He is not trying to be an opportunist and, okay, wow, nice opportunity, I'm getting just doing little service, I'm getting a daughter for free, something like that. He's not thinking that way. He's making him realize that, okay, do not be too emotional, do not give, do not promise. Wait, you have a family to take care, to think about or consult, etc. So that's what to the elderly Brahmana, the younger Brahmana is saying. Tashabara shamati vina nahi kanyadana Rukminira pita bhishmaka tahate pramana. Without the consent of all your friends and relatives, it is not possible to give me your daughter in charity. Just consider the story of Queen Rukmini and her father Bhishmaka. So we know Bhishmaka, Prabhupada will say anyway, that do not, he's still consoling him, and he's trying to tell him, consult him in a way that don't promise. You have a family, you have to go and consult them. Without their sammati, without their agreement, do not promise anything. And he's reminding him the story of Rukmini and Bhishmaka which Prabhupada is narrating in the next verse. Bhishma kara icha Krishna kanya samarpite putrera virode kanya nari lo arpite. King Bhishmaka wanted to give his daughter Rukmini in charity to Krishna, but Rukmini's Rukmi, his eldest son, objected. Therefore, he could not carry out his decision. This is stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 10:52-25. So Bhishmaka wanted to give Rukmini to Krishna, but Rukmi, the eldest of his son of Bhishmaka, he didn't want because he was friends with Shishupal. Of course, Shishupal is the enemy of Krishna. So, but Bhishmaka, even if Bhishmaka wanted to give Rukmini to Krishna, because Rukmi objected, he couldn't do. And he said, if your son objects, you also will not be. So don't promise, O Brahmana. The purport says, as stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 10:52-25, Bandhunam ichchatam datum Krishnaya bhaginim nirpa tato nibharya Krishna dvid rukmi charyam amanyata. King Bhishmaka of Vidarbha wanted to offer, this is a story of Rukmini, a little bit of the story. King Bhishmaka of Vidarbha wanted to offer Lord Krishna his daughter Rukmini, but Rukmi, the eldest of his 5 sons, objected. Therefore, Bhishmaka withdrew his decision and decided to offer Rukmini to the king of Cheri, Shishupal, who was a cousin of Krishna. However, Rukmini conceived of a trick. She sent a letter to Krishna asking him to kidnap her. Thus, in order to please Rukmini, who was his great devotee, Krishna kidnapped her. There ensued a great fight between Krishna and the opposing party, headed by Rukmini's brother Rukmi. Rukmi was defeated, and because of his harsh words against Krishna, was about to be killed, but he was saved at the request of Rukmini. However, Krishna shaved off all of Rukmi's hair with his sword, and Sri Balaram did not like this. So to please Rukmini, Balaram rebuked Krishna. So Rukmini wanted to get married to Krishna, and Shishupal was agreed upon to get married because Rukmi was friends with him, and even if Bhishmaka was not interested, but still he agreed because the eldest son said so. But Rukmini still wanted to get married to Krishna, so she planned this entire kidnapping scenario, and as to please the devotee. It was one thing that it was not Krishna's lust. Krishna is above all this material thing, greed, pride, lust, anger. It says in chapter 16 that Krishna, Lord, is transcendental to 3 things. That's lust, anger, and greed. Bhagavad Gita chapter 16 says that towards the end of the chapter. So he didn't have lust, so he was not lusty for Rukmini. But it was a reciprocation, as we were discussing. It was a reciprocation. Rukmini wanted to get married to Krishna. So Krishna reciprocated by kidnapping. She wanted to get kidnapped and get married, and so he did the same. But Shishupal, he was given like some concession, like he can criticize Krishna up to 99 times, and the 100th time he will be killed. So from the story, it suggests that he has crossed his limit. He exceeded his limit, so he was about to be killed. But Rukmini said, no, don't kill my brother. So he was still giving the concession. But to insult him, he shaved off his hair. And then Balaram, being the elder brother, he took the role of elder brother. He said, this is not good. You don't do this because Rukmini is being hurt emotionally. So that's the story. Moving on to text 29. Bara vipra kohe kanya moro nija dhana dite nishe diva kona jana. The elderly Brahmana said, my daughter is my own property. If I choose to give my property to someone, who has the power to stop me? Now he's saying things he will change. So it's going to change what Brahmana is saying right now. But it's a very, very beautiful verse. I mean, all of them are very beautiful and so beautifully put together by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami and wonderful narration by Srila Prabhupada. This morning when I was doing the parikrama of Tulsi Maharani, I was just meditating, and as we go around Srila Prabhupada also, not around Srila Prabhupada, but in front, witnessing him witnessing us, circumambulating Tulsi Maharani. I was thinking Srila Prabhupada not only gave meaning to our lives, but he also gave meaning to our death. He is not only teaching us how to live, he's also teaching us how to die. I don't know, that came randomly, and so I just mentioned it. But, so Brahmana is saying, this is my daughter is my property. And when we have to give our own property to someone, it is I am the one who's going to decide, and not anybody else. Now we see what Brahman, the younger Brahmana. Chota Brahman is the younger Brahman. Bado Brahman is the older Brahman or the elderly Brahman. Tomake kanya dibo shobake kori tiraskar samshaya na koro tumi karaho shvikara. My dear boy, I will give my daughter to you in charity, and I will neglect the position of all others. Don't doubt me in this regard. Just accept my proposal. Chota bipro kohe jodi kanya dite mono gopalero age koho ei shatto bochana. The younger Brahmana replied, if you have decided to give your younger daughter to me, then say so before the Gopal deity. They are saying all this. Now Gopal was just Gopal till this incident happened. And then he became Shakshi Gopal. And the story how from Gopal to he became Shakshi Gopal is the story of this younger and the older Brahmana. Earlier also we see the Gopinath was only Gopinath until he stole that sheer or the kheer or the sweet rice for the Madhavendra Puri, and then from Gopinath he became Kheer Chor Gopinath because he stole. Chor is stealing. So now the younger Brahmana is saying, okay, I agree that you're going to give your daughter. Now, but you have to promise in front of the deity. Translation. Coming before, no, okay, next one. 32. Gopalera age bipra kohite lagilo tumi jano nijo konya ihare ami dilo. Coming before Gopal, the elderly Brahmana said, my dear Lord, please witness that I have given my daughter to this boy. In India, Prabhupada writes in purport, in India it is still the custom for a daughter to be offered to someone simply by word. This is called Vagdatta. This means that the father, brother, or guardian of a girl has given his word that she will be married to a certain man. Consequently, that daughter cannot be married to anyone else. She is reserved by virtue of the honest words of father or guardian. There are many instances in which the parents of a female child have given someone a verbal promise that their daughter will be married to his son. Both parties agree to wait until the boy and girl are grown up, and then the marriage takes place. Following this custom, which is very old in India, the elderly Brahmana promised to give his daughter to the younger Brahmana in charity, and he promised this before the Gopala deity. In India, the custom is to honor any promise made before the deity. Such a promise cannot be cancelled. In Indian villages, to settle the quarrel. In Indian villages, in Indian villages, whenever there is a quarrel between two parties, they go to a temple to settle the quarrel. Whatever is spoken in front of the deity is taken to be true, for no one would dare to lie before the deity. This same principle was followed in the battle of Kurukshetra. Therefore, in the very beginning of the Bhagavad Gita, it is stated, Dharmashetra Kurukshetra. That is the Dharmashetra. Kurukshetra, the battle was fought in Kurukshetra, which is a Dharmashetra, which is a place of religiosity. It's a place of dharma. So whenever you are in a temple or in a place which is auspicious, which holds dharma, you cannot lie, you cannot do something wrong. It will not, the potency is as such that it will not let anything wrong go. And that's why the Pandavas won over the Kauravas. By not becoming God conscious, human society is deteriorating to the lowest standard of animal life. This Krishna consciousness movement is very essential to reviving God consciousness among the general populace. If people actually become God conscious, all quarrels can be settled outside of the court, as happened in the case of the two Brahmanas, whose disagreement was settled by the witness of Gopal. So Prabhupada is giving in advance, saying in advance that it will be settled because Krishna is witnessing, so Krishna will settle it up. They did not go to any court because Krishna was there. He's the supreme authority, right? Okay. Choto bipra bole thakura tumi more shakshi toma shakshi banainu jodi anya dekhi. This is so personal. As Prabhupada gave us this Krishna consciousness movement, it is so personal. I mean, what the Bipra is saying, before we move into the translation, he said, "Oh Lord, oh Gopal, you are my Sakshi, you are the witness. And if anything goes wrong, you have to testify that." So we see he is taking Krishna for real. He is not thinking this is a deity of stone or anything else, but he believes that he is as real as anybody else, as real as any other person, as real as the other Brahmana. So he is not thinking Krishna is made of stone. I'm telling him this. What is the proof? How do I believe that Krishna will be the witness? He doesn't have a doubt. And as Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, ye athaman prapaddante. As you surrender, I reciprocate. And as the Vipra, as the younger Brahmana had the full surrender, had the full belief in the deity, so did the deity will reciprocate in future. I'll read the translation. Then the younger Brahmana addressed the deity, saying, "My dear Lord, you are my witness. I shall call for you to testify if it is necessary later on." So he's telling Krishna to be his witness. Next text. Eto boli dui jana cholilo deshe re guru buddha chota bipra bahu sheba kore. After these talks, the two Brahmanas started for home as usual. The younger Brahmana accompanied the elderly Brahmana as if the older Brahmana were a guru or spiritual master and rendered him service in various ways. So they parted, and while parting, till they parted, he continued serving. Deshe ashi dui jana gelo nij ghore koto din bado bipro chintito antore. After returning to Vidyanagar, each Brahmana went to his respective home. After some time, the elderly Brahmana became very anxious. Tirthe bipro bakyo dilo kemone shatto hoya stri putro gyati bandhu janibe nishchaya. He began to think, I have given my word to a Brahmana in a holy place, and what I promised will certainly come to pass. I must now disclose this to my wife, sons, other relatives, and friends. Now we have come to reality. There he was. So when we are in front of the deity, we are in the temple, we say, okay, no, I will be doing Krishna consciousness. I'm talking for myself, doing Krishna consciousness so wonderfully. I want to be like this. I want to be a devotee like that, and etc., etc. The moment I step into the house, all the worldly responsibilities come, and Krishna consciousness takes a back step, and everything else comes in the forefront. And that's what is happening. He said, I don't care about my relatives and son. This is my daughter is my property. Who can stop me for giving my own property to somebody, etc., etc. And now he is in reality, and he's saying his sons and relatives and everything else. Now he is worried what will happen. How do I disclose this to them? But he said, anyway, this has happened. Because they're Vaishnavas, so they did not forget it. So they said, anyway, it happened in front of the deity and happened in a holy dham. I have to disclose this. Next one. একদিন নিজে লোকা একত্র করিলা তা সবার আগে সবা বিতর্ণ করিলা বিতর্ণ করিলা. Thus one day the elderly Brahmana called for a meeting of all his relatives and friends, and before them all he narrated what had taken place in front of Gopal. শুনি সব গোষ্ঠী তারা করে হাহাকারা আইছা বাত মুখে তুমি না নিবা আরা. Now reality strikes. They all started rebuking him. When those who belonged to the family circle heard the narration of the old Brahmana, they made exclamation showing their disappointment. So they went on, hi, hahakar, they went on, right? They all requested that he not make such a proposal again. So never say things like that. নিচে কন্যা দিলে কুলা যাইবে কানাশা শুনিয়া সকল লোকা করিবে উপহাসা. They unanimously agreed, if you offer your daughter to a degraded family, your aristocracy will be lost. When people hear of this, they will make a joke and laugh at you. So they are saying you cannot give your daughter to a low class. They did not even consider about Vaishnava, Brahman, anything. They are saying he's low grade because he doesn't have as much aristocracy as we do. He's very poor. And if you do so, everybody else will laugh. And now this is the culture of India. I don't know here, but this is the culture of India especially. Like everybody gets involved in the marriage, which is a beautiful thing, but also sometimes it can cause trouble. That's what we are saying now. Everybody is, interfering, and they're saying, like, how can you give? He said earlier, this is my property and I will decide. Now they're interfering so much and he is listening, and that's the culture. When they say, when we are giving a daughter, when the daughter and the son is getting married, it is not just two people getting married. The two families also getting married. That's Vedic culture. But here what is happening, they are not letting him take up his decision, and then he's saying, they are saying you'll be rebuked. And they further say, বিপ্র বলে তীর্থা বাক্যা কেমনে করি অন্যা যেই হোক সেই হোক আমি দিব কন্যাদানা. The elderly Brahmana said, how can I undo the promise I made in a holy place while on pilgrimage? Whatever may happen, I must give him my daughter in charity. He said, no. He's still trying to put across his words, saying, no, I promised in a holy place, Jai Hok, Shei Hok, whatever it is, however it is, I have to give my daughter in Kanyadan, means giving one's daughter in charity to that Brahmana only. Gyati loka kohe mora তোমাকে ছাড়িব স্ত্রী পুত্র কহে বিষ খাইয়া মরিব. The relatives unanimously said, if you give your daughter to that boy, we shall give up all connections with you. Indeed, his wife and sons declared, if such a thing happen, we shall take poison and die. So this is very common. So first the relatives said, okay, till now they were saying everybody will leave you if you give your daughter to that Brahmana. Now they are saying we will leave you if you give your daughter to that Brahmana. And the wife and the sons said, you know what, we will take poison and we will die. And this is a very common line that every now and then during a marriage, if anything goes this way or that way, other way, they will say, I will take poison. Either the daughter will take poison or somebody else or the mother-in-law will take poison, and they will just say they actually will not take, mostly at least what I have seen or heard. But they will just say it to scare the other person, so that the decision goes in their favor. Now hearing this, Vipra will be not pleased, obviously. I have witnessed, as in I have heard and then seen somebody giving poison to somebody in my... I mean, of course, I cannot see somebody giving poison because then I will stop, in whatever. But I have seen one of my relatives, she the daughter-in-law, because they didn't have enough. She couldn't bring more dowry. So then she was given poison. That is, they killed the girl. They burned the girl. They burned the girl. Yeah, I have seen, and I have heard many, Prabhu. This is one I really immediately remember because it was in my childhood, and she was our aunt. So I remember this, but this is common. This is not uncommon. But taking poison and dying and threatening that I will take poison if you don't get married to this person, or all that I have not seen. But after marriage, for dowry, we have seen and heard. He went on giving, but greed can never be satisfied. I think burnt her, or maybe first poisoned and then burnt. Either way, killed. But she was burnt when she was found in the kitchen. Yeah, that's sad. Continuing. Vipra bole shakshi balana kori banaya jiti kanya lobe mora vyartha dharma hoya. The elderly Brahmana said, if I do not give my daughter to the younger Brahmana, he will call Sri Gopalji as a witness. Thus he will take my daughter by force, and in that case my religious principles will become meaningless. I'm going over time. Today Ekadashi breaks fast will be. Yeah, so I'll take a little more time so that I can complete it. So if you're okay, with your permission. So now the Brahmana is saying, he's still trying. We are seeing, he's helpless, right, in front of, until we are in the position, we don't know. It's very easy to say, why is he was fine saying that this is my property now. Why is he even listening to them? But he knows what he is in between, right? Every one of us are conditioned in certain way or the other. So this is his situation, but he's still trying to defend his side. And he says, I have given my words in a holy dham in front of the deity. If I don't give my daughter now, Gopalji is the Shakshi and he will witness it, and how will I face Gopalji? Then the son is saying, Putro bole pratima Shakshi sheho dura deshe ke tomara Shakshi debe chinta koro kishe. Verses are very beautiful. His son replied, the deity may be witness, but he is in a distant country. Country means in a different place. How can he come to bear witness against you? Why are you so anxious over this? Then, 44, Nahi kohi na kohi yo ei mitha bachana shobe kohi ba tomar kichu nahi smarana. You do not have to flatly deny that you spoke such a thing. There is no need to make a false statement. Simply say that you do not remember what you said. Now the eldest son is saying, if you don't feel like lying, don't lie. Just say that you don't remember. Then that will not be lying. Yeah. That's not a lie. That's what he is saying, that you don't remember. So you're not exactly denying your words, and you're not acknowledging your words. That's his idea. Verse 45. Tumi jodi koho ami kichui na jani tobe ami nai kori brahmanera jini. This is a very nice purport. Prabhupada say, translation. If you simply say, I do not remember, I shall take care of, the son is saying now, son of the elderly Brahmana. If you simply say, I do not remember, I shall take care of the rest. By argument, I shall defeat the young Brahmana. The son of the elderly Brahmana was an atheist and follower of the Raghunatha Smriti. He was very expert in dealing with pound, shillings, pence, but he was fool number one. Consequently, he did not believe in the spiritual position of the deity, nor did he have any faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, as a typical idol worshipper, he considered the form of the Lord to be made of stone or wood. Thus, he assured his father that the witness was only a stone deity and was not capable of speaking. Beside that, he assured his father that the deity was situated far away and consequently could not come to bear witness. In essence, he was saying, have no anxiety. You do not have to lie directly, but you should speak like a diplomat, like King Yudhishthira when he spoke to Dronacharya. Ashwathama hata iti gajaha. Following this principle, simply say that you do not remember anything and are completely unaware of the statement given by the young Brahmana. If you make the background like that, I shall know how to fill the argument and defeat him by word jugglery. Thus, I shall save you from having to give your daughter to him. In this way, our aristocracy will be saved. You have nothing to worry about. Now we know the story how, Yudhishthir Maharaj, he always speaks the truth, but Krishna was saying, it's okay, you tell Ashwathama, because Ashwathama, there was also, Ashwathama, as we all know, the son of Dronacharya, but there was also an elephant named Ashwathama. So you have to just say that Ashwathama is dead. What he meant, the elephant was dead. So this is not exactly lying. So that's the niti, that's the principle you apply, and everything will be taken care of. That's what he is saying. Again, Prabhu, you know more than me, but I will try to. Yeah, what you're saying is aristocracy, but they're scared of losing their aristocracy. But you see that here too, isn't it? High class person, even if you see anybody, that is prevailing everywhere. Somebody who is a higher, they have a better standard of living. They never want to give their daughter to go to a poor person because the standard, how will the daughter adjust? That is their concern. But we see the story of Kardama Muni. Kardama Muni, he had, like Manu gave the daughter, and she served Kardama Muni the moment they came. That's the real culture we should see in Srimad Bhagavatam. So many kings gave their daughter to the rishis, and rishis were like mendicants. They stay sometime here, sometime there, but their daughter were so submissive, they're ready to do anything for their husband because the husband is like the spiritual master. That's a culture, Prabhu. That's how it is. That's how it is here. That's how it is there. That's how it is there. They think that if we give our daughter to a poor family, first of all, I don't know how families get involved here, but that is very, very obvious if you see that, first of all, how the relatives are, being involved. Like they think, okay, if you give your daughter, our aristocracy will be harmed. So, and then people also, I've seen, witnessed people make fun of people if you give your, daughter to a poorer family or son to a poor family for that matter. But not so much when it comes to son, but if it is a daughter you're giving, because your standard of your daughter will go down. So you are no longer sophisticated. So that's what they're worried. And what will people think of us? And it is such an included culture that, as I was saying, it is not a marriage of only two people, it's a marriage of two families. So it is not just one person's daughter, then somebody else will do, the entire aristocracy will come down. But as you're saying, but that's not how Krishna consciousness is. We see the marriages happens in our movement is not at all considering if the one devotee, another devotee, that's enough to get married to each other, isn't it? That's what Prabhupada did. He didn't care so much who comes from where. But yeah. Yes, Prabhu. Shall I continue, Prabhu? Shall I continue or shall I stop? There's a few more verses, so I'll just complete this section. Eto shuni bipra chintita hoilo mone ekante bhabe chinta vipro gopala charone. When the elderly Brahmana heard this, his mind became very much agitated. He's still not liking it. He's helpless, but he's not liking it. Feeling helpless, he simply turned his attention to the lotus feet of Gopal. Now, this is a lesson for all of us, what Brahmana prayed. মোরা ধর্ম রক্ষা পায় নামারে নিজ জানে দুই রক্ষা করো গোপাল লইনু শরণে. What is Brahmana is saying, the elderly Brahmana, that Mora Dharma Raksha Pai, that my words, my religion remain protected. Na more nijajane, so that none of my relative get killed. Because they said they'll take poison. Now he's worried for that too. Dui raksha karo, protect both my words and my relatives. Gopal loinu sharone, that oh Gopal, oh Gopalji, that I take your shelter. I am surrendering unto you. Please take me under your shelter and save both. The translation says the elderly Brahmana prayed, my dear Lord Gopala, I have taken shelter of your lotus feet, and therefore I request you to please protect my religious principles from disturbance and at the same time save my kinsmen from dying. এই মত বিপ্রা চিত্তে চিন্তিত লাগিলা আর দিনে লঘু বিপ্র তারা ঘরে আইলা. The next day, elderly Brahmana was thinking deeply about this matter when the younger Brahmana came to his house. Ashiya parama bhakta namaskar kori binaya korina kohe dui jori. The young Brahmana came to him and offered respectful obeisances. Then, very humbly, folding his hand, he spoke as follows. তুমি মোরে কন্যা দিতে করিয়াছো অঙ্গীকার এই এবে কিছু নাহি কহো কি তোমার বিচার. He's telling you have promised to give your daughter in charity to me. Now do not say anything. Now you do not say anything. What is your conclusion? Now he said he promised. It's a very interesting story. He said you promised to give your daughter. And now you're not saying anything. You're just quiet now. What's happening? Like, he's sensing that his mood is changed. So he's checking, but he's checking very humbly. He's not, hey, you, how come you didn't come? And like that. He is not being harsh. He's being humble. He's holding his hand and then he's saying things very sweetly. This morning I was hearing a class and there Prabhuji was saying that the Vaishnavas, when Ajamila pastime, when the Vishnu Dut came and they were saying to the Yamadutas that this is not your property, we're going to take this. But even if they were saying things which are not very palatable, but they were saying in such a sweet way, Vishnu Dutas were speaking so sweetly that the Yamadutas were saying, who are you? Like, you're literally interfering in our business, but you are speaking so sweetly, who are you? And the Prabhuji was saying that that's the quality of a Vaishnava. They do not speak, a Vaishnava do not speak harshly. Even if you have to put across your message, you still speak sweetly. And that's what we see from here as well. Eto shuni shei bipra eto shuni shei bipra rohe mauna dhari tara putra marite aila hate thenga kori. After the young Brahmana submitted this statement, the elderly Brahmana remained silent. Taking this opportunity, his son immediately came out with a stick to strike the younger man. So see, they are not following any Vaishnava etiquette anyway. They are coming to hit him. So what you said, like, is it lying or not lying? It doesn't matter to him. আরে অধম মোর ভাগ্নি চাহো বিবাহিতে বামন হইয়া চাঁদ যেন চাহো তো ধরিতে. He's saying, it's very interesting. I don't know if we have heard that you were a dwarf and you're trying to catch the moon. That's what he's saying. The son said, oh, you are most degraded. You want to marry my sister just like a dwarf who wants to catch the moon. ঠেঙ্গা দেখি সেই বিপ্র পালাইয়া গেল আরো দিন গ্রামের লোকা একত্রা করিল. Seeing a stick in the hand of the son, the younger Brahmana fled. The next day, however, he gathered together all the people of the village. সবালোকে ভাণ্ডা সবালোকে বড় বিপ্র ডাকিয়া নিল বিপ্র সেই তবে সেই লঘু বিপ্র কহিতে লাগিল. All the people of the village then called for the elderly Brahmana and brought him to their meeting place. The young Brahmana then began to speak before them as follows. So we'll continue. I need to stop because otherwise we can go on. So if there is any question or correction, any comment, please go ahead. I beg forgiveness for all the mistake I have committed. Vancha kalpatarubhyasya kripa sindhubhyev cha patitanam pavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. I'm pausing for the etiquette because not supposed to take a class beyond 1 hour. So, but it's a very beautiful section. Please go and read. Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you for your beautiful questions. Anything you want to add, Prabhu? I do both, Prabhu. When the English is not very clear, I will read the Bengali too. I can read the Bengali also. Yes. Thank you, Prabhu. Yeah, this I have learned from another Prabhu. His name is Adi Gadadhar Prabhu. He is an Atlanta devotee. But he sings in this. This is Brindavana Ramya Sthana. That's the tune it is. But I really liked it. Feels very. Yes. Shri Radha Kalachand. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita ki, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami ki, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Bhakta Vrinda ki.
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Kanapatau Premamrita Vanidhi Veera Dhira Jana बनिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो श्री जीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेम में वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो कृपा भरौ श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री विचारणै पुनः सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो विचारणै कनुपुना सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण चारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्य श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुनं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्यकरम् राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिकं वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ श्रीजी कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परौ प्रेम मने वीर वीर जनप्रिय प्रेम पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ हरा रखौ वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुग वासुदेव सुदे दुष्टदसुरे सुतराज्यलक्ष्मी धर्मीश्च आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना मंडलस्नी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे सकौ करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशको करुणया कौपीनकण्ठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लोलमरुणं मोहन वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी भगवालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नंदसूना कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंदसूना कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंदसूना कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः वो संतापिते वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विहुबलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविभुभलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीगीतो बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन तान नन्दन परम प्रेमामृतं महीहि धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमांशरौ पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव हरहं तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुग अद्वैत गोसाई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य मिलाई गायकार सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य मिलाई आहा सनातन नरोत्तमा आहा सनातन रूप प्रभुना युग जीव प्रभु दया करो श्रीआचार्य श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे नमो दया करो श्रीआचार्य प्रभु श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे नरसिंह दया कर मने तुम्ही बिना के दयाल जग श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया कर मने तुम्ही बिना के दयाल जग जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन गोविंद जीना मदन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद दीना मदन गोविंद गोपीना Gopinath Madana Rama Punna Radha Punna Giri Govardhan Rama Punna Radha Punna Giri Govardhan Kalind Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahaman Rama Punna Radha Punna Giri Govardhan Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahaman Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan Virat Vamsi Bhattam Radha Sakhanam Virat Vamsi Bhattam Radha Sakhanam Jahan Jahan Leela Kaila Srinanda Nanda Keshihan Shiva Radha Sakhanam Jahan Sabaniya Kaila Srinanda Nanda Srinanda Jasana Jaya Srinanda Jasana Jaya Jaya Gopal Sridhamadi Jaya Jaya Venu Aksaram Srinanda Jasada Jaya Mugan Sridhamadi Jaya Jaya Venu Aksaram Jaya Vishwabhanu Jaya Barasa Bharatiya Bhave Jaha Jaya Jaya Jana Rasa Sarvarasa Bharatiya Raha Pradet Jannabi Adapanma Variyasmara Jannabi Padma Karishmara Dinaki Sadhaka Hari Dinaki Sarasa Bhai Namankita Jaya Jaya Vrindavan Govinda Gopina Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Ramati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Parana Dhana Magana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Gopi Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gopi Parana Dhana Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Maya Harina
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd Canto, 25th Chapter, text number 23, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on November 23rd, 1974, in Bombay, India.
Engage constantly in chanting and hearing about me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The sadhus do not suffer from material miseries, because they are always filled with thoughts of my pastimes and activities.
Madasraya katha mrishtya sinnanti kathayanti cha tapanti vividastapa naetan madgata cetasa. Naetan. Generally, people, they are suffering. There is nobody in the world, those who are materially engaged, can say boldly that I am not suffering. Is there anybody? I challenge anyone. Can anyone say that I am not suffering? So, everyone must be suffering. Why these anacin tablets are advertised? Painkiller. Because they are suffering. And not in this country, but in the Western countries, America, one takes at least 1 dozen tablets daily for mitigating suffering. Tranquilizer, this, that, so many. They are advertised and they take. At last for sleeping. Because they are more advanced. We are less advanced, therefore we are satisfied only 1 tablet, anacin. But they are not satisfied with 1 tablet. There are dozens of tablets. I have seen it. It is advertised in a subway, a train. So many tablets are advertised. Suffering must be there. Anyone who has got this material body has accepted suffering. That's a fact. But foolish people, they cannot understand. He thinks I have got very fatty and beautiful body. He is satisfied. The dog is also satisfied. He does not know that this dog's body is greater suffering than human body. The hawk's body is greater suffering than the human body. But everyone is thinking, I am happy. This is called Maya, illusion. You go to a hospital, a man is lying down on the bed, and if you are, how are you? Yes, I am well today. What is well? So there cannot be anyone without suffering. That is not possible. There are 3 kinds of suffering: adhyatmic, adhibhautik, adhidaivik. Adhyatmic means pertaining to the body and mind. I have got headache today. I have got some pain here in the back. My mind is not very much settled up today. I cannot talk with you. These kind of sufferings are called adhyatmic, pertaining to the body and the mind. And there are sufferings adhibhautik. Just like at night, unnecessarily, the dogs bark and we cannot sleep. This is called adhibhautik. Suffering imposed by other living entities. The mosquitoes, the bugs, then enemies, suffering. Just like some of our enemies, they are hindering, sanctioning this temple. So this is called Adi Bhautik. And besides that, big sufferings there are. Then Adi Doivik, accident, which you have no control. No sufferings you have control. That is not possible. There is famine, there is pestilence, there is no rain, there is excessive heat, excessive cold. They are called Adi Doivik. Earthquake, so many. So, this is the reminder that you rascal, you are thinking you are very happy in this material world, what you have done about these sufferings. Mura. They think this is all right, it doesn't matter. Besides that, there is very great sufferings, that is birth, death, old age and disease. So where is your happiness? But because we are under the spell of Maya, we are thinking this position is very nice. Let us enjoy life. This is their enjoyment. So, one has to tapanti vividha stapa. Vividha, multi. Vividha means many. Tapanti vividha stapa na etan madhagata chetasaha. Those who are Krishna conscious, we cannot say that they are not suffering. They are suffering, but not so acutely. They know. Therefore, we have begun these sadhus symptoms. Titiksava, tolerant. Everyone is tolerant. One has to tolerate. But a sadhu's toleration and ordinary man's toleration is different. Sadhu's toleration is not so acute because a sadhu knows that he is not this body. There is a Bengali Vaishnava song, Deha smriti nahi jar, sangsar bandhan kaha tar. If we understand properly that I am not this body, then although there is suffering, you will not feel very much. Although we are now absorbed with this body, bodily sufferings are there. Just like the example that you have got a car and there is some accident, so one who is too much absorbed with the thought that this is my car or I am car, he suffers more. But if one knows that I am not this car, all right, there is some accident, it can be repaired or it can be... That doesn't matter. It is a question of absorption of the thought. The materialistic person, because they are like animal, he suffers more. And for the devotees, as it is advised in the Bhagavad Gita, matra sparshastha konteya sitosna sukha dukkhada. Agama apainya anitya tang titikhasa bharat. Krishna says to Arjuna that these material sufferings are just like the sufferings of seasonal suffering. In summer season also you suffer, and in winter season also you suffer. Chitosna sukha dukkhada. And the same thing, this fire in summer season, it is suffering. The heat is suffering. And in the winter season, the same fire is pleasing. Similarly, water in the winter season is suffering, but in the summer season it is pleasing. The same water, the same fire, sometimes it is suffering, sometimes it is pleasing, but the matter is the same. Why? Matra sparasha. It is due to the touch of the skin. Because we have got the skin disease, I am this body, therefore you are suffering. Because you have become so nonsense rascal that I am this body. Jasyatu buddhi kunapi tidhatuke. Tidhatuke. This is the bag of three elements, kapha, pitta, vayu. Kapha, pitta, vayu. According to Ayurvedic system, they are called tridhatu. So this body is made of material elements, kapha, pitta, vayu. तो जश्यातु बुद्धि कुनपेति धातु के सधिक कलत्रा दिशुभौम इज्जधि जत तीर्थ बुद्धि सलिले न करहि चेत जनेषु अभिज्ञ सैव गोखर. So the more we are in bodily concept of life, the suffering is more. Nowadays, new things have developed. Nationalism, communism, communalism, so many things. Sufferings are more. We have seen in 1947 in Calcutta, Hindu-Muslim riot. The more suffering, because one is thinking, I am Hindu, one is thinking, I am Muslim. But if one is advanced in Krishna consciousness, then they will not suffer. They will not unnecessarily fight because I am Hindu, because you are Muslim, that we have to fight. No. Because if both of them know that I am not this body, therefore I am neither Hindu nor Muslim, I am eternal servant of Krishna, then where is the suffering of Hindu-Muslim life? The understanding is missing. Because people are being educated to become more bodily conscious, therefore their sufferings are increasing. Sufferings are increasing. And if you reduce this bodily concept of life, then suffering also will be reduced. So those who are Krishna conscious means, here it is said, madagata cetasa. Naitan madagata cetasa. Madagata, Bhagavan said, those who are always thinking of in the mind, within the heart, madagata cetasa, they are not suffering. They are not suffering in this way because they know that even if I am suffering, it is Krishna's desire. So they welcome. Just like Kunti. Queen Kunti, when Krishna was departing, taking farewell from Kunti, so Kunti said, my dear Krishna, when we are in full of danger, at that time you are always present as our friend, as our advisor. Now we are well situated, we have got our kingdom, we are well established, so you are going away to Dwarka? No, this is not good. Better we may again go to that suffering so that we can remember you always. So the devotee sometimes welcome suffering because that is an opportunity of remembering Krishna very constantly. Tattenu kampa susamiksamana bhunjana eva kritam vipaka. So when a devotee suffers, he thinks that it is due to my past misdeeds. So I am suffering not very much, very little on account of Krishna's grace. So it doesn't matter. So after all, it is everything in the mind, suffering and enjoying. So if a devotee's mind is trained up in Krishna consciousness, therefore he does not care for suffering. That is the difference between a devotee and non-devotee. Therefore it is said that tapanti vividhastapa naitan madgata cetasa. Just like Prahlad Maharaj. So, how much suffering he had to undergo. The 5-year-old boy, and his father was putting in danger, sometimes under the feet, leg of the elephant, sometimes throwing from the mountain, sometimes on burning oil, sometimes amongst the snakes, and so many ways. But he was silent. Haridas Thakur was a Mohammedan by birth. So he became a very good devotee and always chanting Hare Krishna. That was his fault. So the Muslim Qazi called him that you are Mohammedan, you born in such great family, Mohammedan family, and you are chanting Hindus Hare Krishna mantra. What is this? So he mildly replied, my dear sir, there are many Hindus, they also have become Mohammedan. So suppose I have become Hindu, so what is the wrong? What is wrong there? So Kaji became very angry that you are talking before me, all right. So he was punished to be caned in 22 bazaar, in front of 22 bazaar. That means he has to be killed by caning. So it is understood when he was bitten by the cane, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was on his back. So he did not feel any suffering. So there are many instances. A devotee had to suffer many sufferings, but they did not take it very much severely. They tolerated, and a devotee is educated to tolerate. Therefore, in the sadhu's symptoms beginning, the titikshava karunika, a devotee suffers, at the same time he is very kind to these conditioned souls, how to elevate them, how to make them Krishna conscious. This is karunika. These are the very primary features of a devotee's life. People put him into suffering in so many ways, but he does not give up his job. His job is to spread Krishna consciousness so that others may become happy. Just like Prahlad Maharaj said, "Oh, my Lord, I have no suffering. I have no suffering. Because I know the art, how to become happy. Tad bijja gayana amritamagna chitya." The same thing is described here. Sinnanti kathayanti. Prahlad Maharaj said that I know how to become happy. How to become happy? Simply hearing about you and chanting about you. Sinnanti kathayanti. Just like here, two businesses going on. You are hearing and I am speaking. Bodhantang parasparam mahatmana sumang prartha daivi pragiti mas. Bhajanti. This bhajan means sinnanti, kathayanti, savanam kirtanam Vishnu. This is bhajan. You simply hear about the Lord, you talk about the Lord, that is bhajan. Savanam, then you can further make progress. Savanam kirtanam Vishnu. Savanam kirtanam is going on all over the world. Some is hearing about some politician, other is speaking about some politician or some other man, some important man in the society. Savanam Kirtanam is going on. But they're suffering. But when the Savanam Kirtanam is pertaining to Vishnu, Savanam Kirtanam Vishnu, then he will not be suffering. This is there. It requires experience. It requires advancement. Then, Prahlad Maharaj, as he says, the Tadvijja Gayana Mahamritamagna Chitta, because my mind is always absorbed in talking about him and hearing about him. Therefore, I am not unhappy. I know how to become happy. But you seem to be very unhappy. So he says, yes, I am unhappy because I see this tato vimukha cetasa maya sukhaya bharamud bhato vimuna. These foolish people, simply for temporary so-called happiness, they are engaged in material activities. I am thinking of them only. That is my unhappiness. Otherwise, I have no unhappiness. So this devotional service, this line of action is so nice that if we practice, if we make advance, then even in this material world, staying, there will be no more suffering. That is called Jivan Mukta. Jivan Mukta means, although he is in this body, but he is not suffering the bodily miserable condition. It is a question of absorption of thought. I have read in some paper that Mr. Stalin, the communist leader, he had to undergo a surgical operation of operating on the belly. The doctor wanted to, it is called chloroform, but he said, no, there is no need. You can go on with your operation. So even in ordinary life it is possible, because the mind is absorbed in a different way. Even a surgical operation does not disturb a man. Similarly, what to speak of spiritual life, if your mind is always absorbed in Krishna thought, Krishna consciousness, that is stated, madagata cetasa, always thinking of Krishna. And Krishna advises also. What is his advice? Manmana bhava madbhakta. Madhyaji mang namaskuru. If you always think of me. There are many instances, if we believe, there is another. If you don't believe, there is another. But there is practical also, that these boys, European American boys, from their childhood, then from their birth, they are accustomed to so many bad habits. But for want of those bad habits, they think it is impossible to live. Not only ordinary man, I will tell you the story of one very big man, the Marquis of Jetland. The Marquis of Jetland was talking with one of my god brother, the Lord, they are called Lord. He asked, can you make me Brahmin? So my god brother said, yes, it is not very difficult. If you give up these bad habits, intoxication, illicit sex life, meat eating and gambling, you can become a Brahmin. So he said, it is impossible. Yeah, a very big man. He said, it is impossible, this is our life. Actually, we have got experience in the Western countries. This is their life. Even very, very old men, they cannot give up this. For want of this, it is a great suffering. But here you see practically these young boys, young girls, they have given up. There is no suffering. Take practical example. An old man, a very respectable gentleman, he was requested to give up these 4 habits. He replied, it is impossible. How it is becoming possible for these boys? If they would have suffered for want of this illicit sex, intoxication, the boys are girls, then how they could remain with me? I'm not a very rich man. I cannot give them nice shelter. I cannot give them nice food. But why? Because they are not feeling. They have no furniture. They are lying down on the floor. No bedding, no proper cloth. Because they are not suffering actually. Otherwise they could not remain with me. This is a fact. If they would have suffered, then like Lord Jetland, they would have also said, it is impossible to remain with Prabhupada. But they are not saying that. There is suffering from disease also. Still they are not living. They are not living. So Krishna consciousness is so nice. Madhgata. They do not feel any suffering. It is practical. Others, they feel suffering. Therefore it is said, tapanti vividastapa naetan madgata cetasa. Naetan. Therefore we should accept this. What is that? Madasraya katha. Katha, Krishna katha. There are so many literatures, especially Bhagavad Gita. That is open to everyone. Everyone knows Bhagavad Gita. So, if we simply hear Bhagavad Gita, we can attain this stage of perfection, no more suffering. That is a fact. So, just like Ambarish Maharaj, he made his life. Sabai mana Krishna padara vindayo. Krishna Kirtana Ganana Karnapa Premamrita Vanidhi Veera Dhira Jana Priram Mutudi Tau. Ramu Prema Metamani Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharav Chaitanya Kripa Bharav Bhuvi Bhuva Bharava Antaraka Bande Rupa Sanatana Prabhujugav Sri Bhagavatam Vicharanai Kalipunam Sadharma Samasthapatam Lokanam Hitakarinam Tribhuvane Mannam Sarana Karo Vicharanai Kanupuna Sadharma Samastapaka Lokanam Hitakarinam Tribhuvane Manna Sarana Vicharanai Kanupuna Sadharma Samastapaka Lokanam Hitakarinam Tribhuvane Manna Sarana Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharav Lokanam Hitakarinam Tribhuvane Manna Sarana Karav विचारणैकनिपुणम् तद्धर्म संस्थापकम् लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्यकरम् राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिका वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ कीर्तन गान नटल परौ प्रेम मने वीर वीर जनप्रिय प्रेम पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ हरा महंत रखौ वंदे रूप सनातन वासुदेव सदसुरे दुष्टदसुरे सुतराज्य लक्ष्मी धन्यश्च आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना मंडलस्नी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे छको करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे छको करुणया कौपीन कण्ठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी प्रेमामृतातलहरी कल्लोलमग्नं महं वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगं श्रीजी भगवालक। हे राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नंद सूना कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूना कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूना कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः वो संतापिते वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विहुबलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविहुबलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी बालक। कृष्ण कीर्तन तान नंदन परम प्रेमामृतम महीधि धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमांशरौ उदितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव हरः वहन् तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन जगदेव प्रभु युग जीव प्रभु दया करो श्रीआचार्य श्रीनिवा रमा चंद्र संग मागे दया करो प्रभु श्रीनिवा नमो चंद्र संग मागे प्रभु दया कर मने तुम्ही बिना के दयाल जगत दया करा मरे तुम्ही बिना के दयाल जगत गोविंदा जीना मदन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय Ramapuna Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavam Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopina Madana Mohan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopina Madana Mohan Viradvam Shri Bhattam Dada Sakhanam Viradvam Shri Bhattam Dada Sakhanam Jahan Jahan Leela Koila Shri Nanda Nanda Shri Dharma Shri Bhav Dada Sakhanam Jahan Sab Leela Koila Shri Nanda Nanda Shri Nanda Jasana Jaya Shri Nanda Jasana Jaya Jaya Gopam Shri Damadi Jaya Jaya Venu Aksaram Shri Nanda Jasada Jaya Mugan Shri Damadi Jaya Jaya Venu Aksaram Jaya Vishwabhanu Jaya Kritika Sundari Jaya Purnamachi Jaya Nandira Nandari Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopina Madana Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopina
Sarvara
Jaya Jaya Jana Rasa Sarva Rasa Parvati Arana Pradet Jannabi Adapama Variyatmana Jannabi Padma Karishma Krishna Bhakta Hare Krishna Krishna Rasa Hare Raja Vrindavan Govinda Gopina Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Ramati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Gopi Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gopi Parana Dhana Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Maya Harinam Amya Vilasa Vipina Purangara Nabhina Nagara Mana Manki Purandar Navina Nagar Bara Bangsi Magana Sumata Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagar Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Jana Parana Asurakunasana Nandaka Dhana Rakhavala Jana Parana Asurakunasana Nandaka Dhana Rakhavala Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Narananda Gopala Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Narananda Gopala Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Ramana Tatachara Ramana Tatachara Gopi Vasanahara Rasarasika Kripama Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Guna Gajasalam Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Guna Gajasalam Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara रसमति नंदन ब्रज नागर गोकुल रंजन गोपी परानंदन मदन मनोहर कालिय गमन विधान गोपी परानंदन मदन मनोहर कालिय गमन विधान रक्षामति नंदन ब्रजबद्र नागर गोकुल रंजन रक्षामति नंदन ब्रजबद्र नागर गोकुल रंजन गोपी वचन हर रास रसिक की रामुन तट चर गोपी वचन हर रास रसिक की श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नट श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नट भक्ति विनोद श्री राधा वल्लभ श्री राधा वल्लभ मननाथ भक्ति विनोद समति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन रक्षमति नंदन चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्प वृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतो संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमां भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्प वृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमां भजामि वेनं कन्मन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं Venum kanvantam Aravinda dalayataksam Barahavatang samasitam Buddha sundarangam Kannatva koti Kamaniya Vishesha sobham Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu Kalpavriksha Lakshabritesu Surabhi Ravi Palayantam Lakshmi Sahasra Sata Sambrama Sevamanam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Alola Chandra Kalasa Vanamala Bangsi Ratnangadang Pranaya Keli Kalavilasam Shyamang Tribhangalalitam Niyata Prakasam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu Kalpavrikalakshabritesu Surabhi Ravi Palayantam Lakshmi Sahasra Sata Sambrama Sevamanam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Angani Jassa Sakalandriya Vittimanti Pashyanti Panti Kalayanti Chirang Jaganti Angani Jassa Sakalandriya Vittimanti Pashyanti Panti Kalayanti Chirang Jaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jalavigrahasya Govindam Ade Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu कल्पवृक्षं लक्षावृतेषु सुरभि रविपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि 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 चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मषु कल्पवृक्ष रक्षावृतेषु रविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांशं श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपदां सगन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, संसारदावानलनिरलोकान् तराय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधा श्री भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तान् हरिभक्त संघान् चतुर्विधा श्री भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तान् हरिभक्त संघान् कृत्यैव प्रीतिं भजत सदैव कृत्यैव प्रीतिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयर पार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूप नाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयर पार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूप नाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपश प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली सिद्धै निकुंज जो नारति केली सिद्धई जाजाली भी जुक्तिरपेक्षणीया निकुंज जो नारति केली सिद्धई जाजाली भी जुक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादति बलवशं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतं तप्तकल्लन गुणान्नभक्ष वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् साक्षादरीतेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षादरीतेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं तो प्रभो प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारधामार्णललितलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारतापानललितलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् भक्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् Maya Namah Radhavaya Madhavaya Ketamaya Namah Adaye Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Gopala Govinda Rama Giridhari Gopi Na Madana Mohana Giridhari Gopi Na Madana Mohana Adaye Namo Krishna Radhavaya Namah Radhavaya Madhavaya Ketamaya Namah Adaye Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Giridhari Gopina Madhana Mohana Gopala Govinda Rama Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Giridhari Gopi Na Madana Mohana Adaye Namo Krishna Adaye Namo Krishna Radhavaya Radhavaya Madhavaya Ketamaya Namah Adaye Ani Adaye Namo Krishna Radhavaya Namah Radhavaya Madhavaya Ketamaya Namah Radhavaya Madhavaya Ketamaya Namah Adaye Namo Krishna Gopala Govinda Rama Gopala Govinda Advaita Chita Vichaitanya Vichaitanya Nityananda Advaita Chita Hari Guru Vaishnava Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Araye Yadavaya Madhavaya 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 Kesavaya Raguna Virupa Vitana Pana Raguna Divaka Valavata Divaka Charana Bandham Chaye Go Chai Kori Charana Bandham Jaha Haite Biglana Obishamuyam Chaye Go Chai Kori Charana Bandham Jaha Haite Biglana Obishamuyam Charana Sevi Apratneva Kadera Charana Sevi Apratneva Jana me ma jabe braje kaila baag ichhane ko jabe braje kaila baag Radha Krishna কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া সাথীর কোলে জাগ দিদি জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে দিদি জাগ কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি কত নিদ্রা কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া প্রিয়া চিরা কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি গোরা চাঁদ বলে জাগ জাগ মায়া বিশাচির কোলে ভুলিয়া দিলে তুমি মায়া বিশাচির কোলে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে কত নিদ্রা যাও মায়া পিশাচির কোলে কত নিদ্রা যাও মায়া পিশাচির কোলে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে नसीबर लागी औषधि माया नसीबर लागी हरि नाम महामंत्र न हो तुम्हें मागी औषधि माया नसीबर लागी माया नसीबन लागी हरि नमः महामंत्र लहतु मागी हरि नमः महामंत्र लहतु मागी औषधि माया नसीबन मागी हरि
विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्ता स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशतारिणे सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंदा श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंदा जय श्री कृष्ण Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. How do I end? How do I end?
No, you still have to keep on going until the arti goes.
Oh. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, जय राधा कालचंदी राधा कालचंदी राधे जय राधा कालचंदी राधे.
You still need to keep on going Hare Krishna. Don't listen to him. Change the Hare Krishna tune. Which one you did? Jai Gauranitai,
Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauran.
Change your Hare Krishna tune. Jaya Gaur. Change your Hare Krishna tune after this. The one patient.
Can you start?
Come.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Two more times and then we'll do Radha Kalachari and I'll be with you. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jai Radha Kalachari.
You help.
I'll help you. 2 times and then 2 times Gauranga and 2 times Jai Jagannath Baldev Subhadra Mani. One time. Jai Radha
Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radhe.
Jaya Gauranitai,
Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Jagannatha, Madeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya जय जगन्नाथ जगन्नाथ बलदेव जय जय सुभद्रा
जय जय प्रभुपाद
प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुपाद प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद
प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद
प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद
जय ओम विश्वपाद परमहंस परिविचार्य हस्तदश्रमिद्वांगे भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी महाराज की जय ओम विश्वपाद परमहंस परिविचार्य हस्तदश्रमिद्वांगे विमदांशला प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामान्य आचार्य हरिदास ठाकुर की इस्कॉन फाउंडर या आचार्य शिला प्रभुपाद की जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ राधा कुंड श्याम कुंड गिरि गिरिवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मथुरा धाम की मायापुरी धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की गंगा मैया की यमुना मैया की तुलसी देवी की भक्ति देवी की संकीर्तन यज्ञ की श्याम भक्त की गौरे प्रेमानंद all glories to the assembled Krishna devotees, all glories to the assembled Krishna devotees, all glories to assembled, all glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. Shri Radha Kala Chand ji ki jai. Okay, we'll all sit down and we'll sing Narsimha prayer now.
नमस्ते नरसिंहाय नमस्ते नरसिंहाय सिंहाय प्रहलाद लाद ताईने प्रहलाद लाद दाईने हिरण्यकाशिपुरक्षः शीलाटङ्कानखालये इतो नरसिंहा परतो नरसिंहा यतो यतो यामि ततो नरसिंहा बहि नरसिंहा हृदये नरसिंहा नरसिंहमतिं शरणं प्रपदे तव करकमलवरे नखाम् अद्भुत शृङ्गार दलिता हिरण्यकश्यपु तनुभृङ्गाम् केशवधृता नरहरि रूप जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे तव कर कमलवरे नखाम् अद्भुत शृङ्गार दलिता हिरण्यकश्यपु तनुभृङ्गाम् केशवधृता नरहरि रूप जय जगदीश
Narsingadev, Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev. Narsingadev, Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Nitai Gauranga. बोलो विघ्न विनाशक नरसिंहादेव भगवान की जय। भक्त शिरोमणि प्रहलाद महाराज की जय। शील प्रभुपाद की जय। निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे। हरि हरि बोल।
So I'm